What's up, guys? Welcome back to another episode of Daniel Sports Ledger, sports betting tips and picks for sports bettors. Um, yeah, so today's gonna be a little different. Hopefully, I'll have some guests come on. We'll see. Maybe Joe will be back on. He won't be in studio today though. But you know, uh, I'm probably gonna talk a little bit less today. There'll probably be some breaks, things like that. Over here in the studio by myself, but still gonna be a good time. So let's just I want to get to the Bills because obviously I'm a Bills fan and they have the first pick. But before I get to the Bills, let's just go over some of the picks from yesterday, some of the things that a little kind of review here from draft one. Again, I'm not sold on Caleb Williams. I don't really need to get into that whole thing. My biggest thing from yesterday was just the whole fit. I didn't think a lot of these teams fit to what they're doing. Like I said yesterday, I don't know what the Bears are doing. I just it looks like they're building some sort of West Coast offense in the Windy City, which just doesn't make sense because um, when if you get to the point where you're playing home games in Chicago, uh in the playoffs, and it's rainy and it's snowy and it's windy, are you really gonna throw the ball 40 or 50 times? Or are you going to run the ball? So I just, we'll see. Um, they definitely need a running back out there though, because again, you're never going to win a Super Bowl in Chicago. Get through your home games if you can't run the ball. If somebody comes in with a good run team into Chicago and you're trying to throw the ball everywhere and nobody can throw it, the team with the run game is going to come in there and beat you. Um, so yeah, I don't. We'll see, but I'm not sold on Caleb Williams. Jaden Daniels, I love him. I think he's the second best pick in the draft. Again, it's just another fit. I just don't think he fits Washington. Um, so that's just another one that's, kind of I just don't like the fit there. I love Jaden Daniels, but we'll see. You never know. Um, My favorite quarterback is Michael Penix Jr. if he could stay healthy. I don't know that he's gonna be able to stay healthy, but if he can stay healthy, then that's my I think he's by far, like, not even close, like, just by far the best quarterback in the draft. Um, I don't even think Caleb Williams holds a candle to Michael Penix Jr., but can Michael Penix Jr. stay healthy? The good thing is he's got Kirk Cousins there, so he doesn't need to play this year, so he can get fully back, fully healthy, fully rested. Um, and then see what happens from there. Maybe he sits for 2 or 3 years. I don't know. But I said this yesterday. It's not a reach or like it's not a bad pick or a reach if it turns out the way you want it to. You look at the Jordan Love guy, and man, he had a rocky start, but we don't know if he's going to digress in year two or not. But from what we saw at the end of that season against the Packers, you look back at that pick. Well, even I was like, seriously, again, they're not going to give Rodgers a receiver. Again, they're not going to do this. And I'm not a Rodgers fan, but still, I mean, if you got Rodgers, give him some talent. And but now it's looking like it does none of that matters because it was the right pick. And that's what matters here. It doesn't matter if you reach, it doesn't matter if you pick a guy that everyone said, oh, you picked him two rounds too high or this or that. What matters is if it works out. And Michael Penix Jr., if whenever he does eventually play, if he is healthy, my opinion is he has a very high chance of working out. And if that happens, then people look back and nobody cares at that point. So I get it. He's getting a lot of hate in the media, but again, that's why I don't like watching ESPN. That's why I don't like watching NFL Network because they'll just jump on the guy and they don't give any kind of other perspective. It's just, everybody seems to go in one direction. Once one guy says something on television, everybody else says something on television. Um, and let's see here. Did I just got a message from somebody? Did the Bills trade their pick just now? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Um, anyways, but yeah, so that's the thing I don't like about media channels is that everybody's once one person says something in the morning, then every all the other shows kind of copy what that one person said. Um, and I mean, I get it. I understand. It's not like they're constantly on TV, so it's not like they have all day every day to do research or come up with their own opinions or things like that. So a lot of times they will do that. They'll take the easy way out and just be like, "Oh, everybody's jumping on this being a bad pick, Michael Penix. Let's just do the same view." And then you just hear the same exact view for the next 20 shows. And it just gets annoying in my opinion. But I love the Michael Penix pick actually. I think he fits in Atlanta. Um there's nothing I really don't like about it except for that you gave Kirk Cousins all that money, and now it's like, well, when will Penix start? And even when he does, are you gonna have this huge cap hit where you can't totally surround him with as much talent as you should have been able to, but you don't have the money to now? So, there's a little conundrum there with with the Kirk Cousins thing. But overall, I love the fit, I love the pick, and I think if he's healthy, he's the best quarterback in the draft. JJ McCarthy, I like that pick too. I think it fits. That's another good one. Uh, you know, we'll see. I mean, I'm a huge Michigan fan. I love JJ McCarthy, but if I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't, especially if they don't win the national championship. I think he's maybe a second round pick, and that's not to say I don't think McCarthy can be a good quarterback, but um, you know, I don't see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens with McCarthy, but I'm really happy he got put in a good situation, in the right situation, and if he doesn't succeed there, I'm I'm not gonna come out and say, "Well, he got put in a bad situation." I'm gonna say, "Well, he got put in the right situation." That one's kind of on him. Like he wasn't the quarterback we hoped to be. Um, Bo Nix to Denver. That looks like let's see. Are the Bills picking right now? Okay, let me get into what I want the Bills to pick because it's I got 5 minutes. We'll go back to this in a second. Um, Me personally, the guys I want for Buffalo right now are Kool-Aid McKinster, um, or McKinstry. Sorry, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I wouldn't mind Adonai Mitchell from Texas. I wouldn't mind Keon Coleman necessarily, but of all the receivers, the one I really want is like I said yesterday, the one I really want is Jalen Polk. That's the receiver I want for them. So hopefully we can get Jalen Polk. But those are my 2 is Jalen Polk or Kool-Aid. Those are the 2 that I mostly want the Bills to pick, one of those 2 guys. I know a lot of people say Polk's a reach and blah, 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 but again, if he's the right person, it's not a reach. And, so I'm rooting for Polk as a receiver or again, Kool-Aid as the cornerback, which Kool-Aid's not even the top prospected cornerback at the moment either, but he's up there. So he's the second best as they say on the board. The best is Cooper DeJean from Iowa. I'd be okay with him too. He's got the size. He's 6'1", 203. You know, the Bills don't necessarily need a cornerback. We don't really need one necessarily, but for me, it's more just about the overall talent. Now, a sleeper pick, I would love Buffalo to pick too. Um, is you know, this one definitely people would say it's a reach, and people would question whether Buffalo needs it and all that. But I absolutely would love it if the Bills pick Blake Corum or running back Jonathan Brooks or Blake Corum, something like that. But I would love Blake Corum. Um, he's just a little shifty guy, 5'8", 205. But that dude he is so much stronger than his size and weight. Oh, they're actually showing him on NFL Network right now. That's funny. I wasn't even looking at it. But that's another guy I would be really interested in. And I'm gonna turn the volume up on NFL Network once in a while. So hopefully if it's distracting, let me know. But hopefully it's not. And then if the Bills traded down a little bit, I wouldn't mind either because there's so many prospects left. I'd be happy with 5 or 6 guys to be honest. So even if we traded down a couple of more and still got one of those 5 or 6 guys, I'd still be happy. So what do we got? We got another 2 minutes before the Bills pick here. Let me know in the comments or whatever any teams you want me to talk about, or if you liked your team's pick, or what picks you hated, what picks you didn't like. Let's see what's happening here. It's pretty crazy how many people showed up in Detroit. It makes me happy too. It's good for Detroit's economy. Yeah, and the Bills have been listening, and this is what I told my brother last night. No, the Bills could trade back again. They've been listening to trade picks uh all day. So um again, I have, I mean, I've got probably close to 8 guys I'd be happy with. So if the Bills, and I know this about Brandon Bean, and Brandon Bean has said this now for years now, and he said that he doesn't he's he kind of, what he does is if he has a group of players like me right now, if I was Brandon Bean, if he has like 8 players that he likes, and they're all rated within a few points, right? Like if they're all rated between like 75 and 78, for instance, then he doesn't mind trading back as long as he gets one of those 8 players. So he doesn't mind trading back 4 or 5 spots because he knows he's still going to get one of those guys. They're in that little range. Now, if there's somebody that's like, you know, a 78 and the next prospect's a 65 or something, then he's going to grab his guy. But if he's got like a cluster of guys around that time when he's picking, he doesn't mind trading back a couple and getting more picks, which I think that's really smart. And that's clearly that's what's happening here. I mean, he's already traded down twice. And again, I mean, he's probably had offers to trade down 10 or 15 picks already because he's been taking calls clearly. But I don't think he wants to move that far back. But I don't think he would mind moving back 4 or 5 spots again. But if he can't, if he can't keep it within the range he wants, then you'll see the Bills pick here. But that's been his strategy for years. It's worked really good. The Bills have been drafting really good since Brandon Bean's been there. He's made a lot of those type of trades like he did yesterday. So there's nothing new here for Brandon Bean. And that's a great draft strategy and one a lot of teams honestly should probably copy. So we'll see here. Still no pick in. Let's see. They should be on the clock though. So again, and I'm gonna have some breaks in talking. I'm not just I don't have a co-host today, at least not at the moment. If anybody wants to come in, let me know. I may have somebody come in later. We'll see what happens. But and again, Joe might call in again. But at the moment, yeah, I'm gonna take a few breaks. There's gonna be some radio silence here and there. Who do you guys think Buffalo will pick? Or do you think they'll trade him? Yeah, New England's up next, and they're talking about how they might pick a receiver too. I could definitely see that. I mean, the receiver talent right now, I can definitely see a run on receivers here early in this first round. They there's so many talented receivers right now. Uh Adonde Mitchell's a stud. Lad McConkey, um, he might be more of a number two than a number one, but I could, we'll see how he progresses in the NFL. But he's a possibility to be a number one, but he's probably number two or slot. But he's going to be one of the best you can get at that position. So that's not a bad pick. Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman's rough around the edges, but he's a guy that he could turn into a Jamar Chase if if he, you know, if he develops, if he hits his ceiling. I'll put it that way. Jalen Polk again, that's who I want for Buffalo. He's great. Even Jalen McKillen on Washington, that guy he's underrated, and he flew under the radar a lot because of Polk and Adunze. So that's another guy that I think that guy might surprise some people in the NFL, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Um, so yeah, I mean, all those guys, there's some more guys down the list. Let me know if you have any sleepers. Let me know who your sleeper is. Um, so yeah, I could see, I could see them again. I could see the Patriots doing receiver, running back. Um, they like to pick tight ends, but I'm not sure if the talent's there for them right now. They could secure their offensive line a little bit more, but I would probably be surprised if they didn't pick a receiver right here. So, and I think the Bills probably will too. So this could be a small little run on receivers right here. Let's see what happens. Here we go. I think the Bills gonna pick right here. Hmm. They shut down the gates again in Detroit. Oh, Seems like they're starting a couple minutes late. They're just now putting the Bills on the clock. So I was talking about it yesterday. What do you guys think about? I really don't like it in the first round. I don't mind it in the third day. What do you guys think about all these people they always bring out? And I don't mind it like the first pick and the first pick of each round or whatever, but every like few picks they bring somebody out and then they have this long. I don't know, man. I think it's annoying. I really don't care. I mean, some of them are awesome, when they bring out the military, when they do like certain charities, they're cool, but probably half of them are just like, who cares? Like, again, I was talking about the women's flag football team. I mean, whatever. You have to watch yesterday. I had a whole rant on that, but it was pretty funny. But yeah, I'm just curious what other people think. If they like it, like, do you guys like it when all these people come out to the podium or, you know, I like it when they have a fan come out. That's usually kind of cool. Um, can't lie. I would love to go out and do it. So I wouldn't want someone else not to be able to do it. But yeah, I don't know. I just think a lot of the hooplas for nothing. Like some of it's kind of cool, some of it's just dumb. Let me know who you want your team to draft. Oh, gee, what is this? Oh no, this is cool. Only because it's Michigan. They're bringing out my national champs here. So I'll let this one slide, I guess. I'm just messing. If I wasn't a Michigan fan, I'd probably think it was annoying. Not that I don't. I still think it's kind of annoying to be honest. Oh jeez. 1 second here. My TV thing went out. And do you prefer when you guys watch the draft, do you watch the NFL network or do you watch ESPN typically? I typically watch the NFL network one. But unless there's like a guest I want to watch, like yesterday, like Bill Belichick, I'm always curious to hear his opinion. Even if I don't like the Patriots. Even if they're my most hated team in the history of sports. I never liked the Patriots though. Even growing up way before the scandal and everything, I just never. Here we go. I think I might have been behind a little bit. But it looks like I caught up now. Bill's got 6 minutes left on the clock. And the good thing is since I watch on YouTube TV, the I can't give out any spoilers because I'm always a little bit behind. I'm always like a minute behind, regardless. I mean, if I'm 100% honest, the guy I want absolute most for the Bills is Kool Aid. That's the guy I want. I just think his talent is. I think the dude's got a top five talent. I really do. I, I I think he is just that sleeper in the draft where you're like 5 years later you go and do a redo of the draft and you put him in the top five picks of the entire draft. Oh, the Cardinals should have picked him at number 4 or whatever. Um, I think he's that kind of talent. I really do. So that's who I want the most, but second most is I want Polk. But there's a lot of people I'd be happy with. So, like I said, I'd be happy with 8 or 10 people. Most years I have one guy that I really, really, really want. Um, but I'm not really there at the moment. But if there's one I really want, it's Kool Aid. Yeah, they're saying they keep pinning Coleman to us, Keenan Coleman, and again, I mean, he's a guy. I think his ceiling is like a Jamar Chase, but he's. I just feel he's pretty rough in my opinion. So I won't hate the pick if that's who they go with. I'll just be super hopeful that he turns out to be the talent that I know he can be or he's capable of being. But yeah, I mean, hmm, they could go linebacker. I mean, there's so many ways the Bills could go. Um, but we'll see. The pick is in for Buffalo, so they finally didn't trade it. We'll see what happens. Come on, baby. Let's pick Kool Aid. I mean, think about it. The Bills Kool Aid fits us, right? Red and blue. We look like Kool Aid colors. So they're saying NFL Network is saying that the first 3 picks in round 2 have been drafted or traded. One of the first 3 picks in round 2 has been traded 7 straight years. So they're saying that this is like that little area where people will trade up to grab a guy. I mean, and I can see it because I mean it's kind of still like a first round pick, basically. Who's coming up? Aaron Williams? I loved Aaron Williams when we picked him. He didn't turn out to be as good as I thought he would, but all right, Aaron Williams, who's our pick? Just remember him being from Texas. He had some good years for Buffalo as a corner. All right, so they were right. Keon Coleman, Florida State. Yeah, I mean, I got high hopes. I'm a huge Florida State fan, so I watch plenty of his games. I got high hopes for the guy, but see what happens here. Yeah, he's stiff. He, I mean, if it's in his radius, he's gonna catch it, but he just has such stiff movements. He doesn't have he doesn't have great hips. Well, that's a replacement for Stephon Diggs. All right, guys, I'm gonna be back in a minute. Oh, and look, first trade, just like they called it. So Patriots traded out to the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh. Let's see what Harbaugh does here. All right, guys, I'll be back in like 2 minutes. All right, take a little break. Oh, Lad McConkey. I like that pick. I like that pick for the Chargers. Yeah, I I like his game. I like Lad. Now this guy's got much better hips. Um, I mean, this guy he's gonna be, he's more of like a top slot receiver in the league, but I still feel to this day that the league doesn't use the slot receiver well enough, and you know, he's like, yeah, I mean, this guy could be a Wes Welker type, a speedy guy, just in between the numbers. I mean, he's got great route running. He's got great hips, great fluidity. Um, yeah, this guy he does kind of telegraph where he's going a little bit. He's not quite as sneaky as he thinks he is, but yeah, I like Lad McConkey from Georgia. I do. I like this guy a lot. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. I mean, they have so many. You look at a lot of these other guys, and they're big possession receivers. And that's what they do. You have a guy like this, and you can just move him around all over the field. And yeah, yeah, he's gonna like catching passes from Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert is gonna have to get his mid game a little bit better. So let's go back to the first round here. Talk about a few more. Oh, Cardinals traded their pick to Atlanta. So 8 years in a row now we've had trades in the first three picks of the second round. What do you guys think of Brock Bowers to the Raiders? Again, like I said yesterday, I feel like that kind of depends on who they get in the next pick. Uh, I think that there's a couple of good quarterbacks left, and if they pick a good quarterback, then I think Buck Bowers is a great pick. Um, if they stick with what they have at the moment, I mean, I guess I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess he's a good pick, no matter what. But eventually, they are gonna need to get a quarterback. Um, but I do like Buck Bowers in the right situation. Um, Byron Murphy the second to Seattle Seahawks. I think that was a good pick. That's one of those ones where you got a talented guy. He's going to the right team. He's going to the right fit, and everything should work out there. And oh, I didn't realize that Jazon Newton was at the draft. Poor guy, he's just sitting there waiting. He gonna be waiting though. He gonna be waiting. That defensive tackle out of Illinois. I don't think he's gonna get drafted for a while, personally. So the Falcons are up again. I All right. So the Falcons, they're gonna pick a receiver. I think this is another team. The Falcons should draft Kool Aid. That's who they should draft. If I'm the Falcons, I'm picking Kool Aid, 100%. Uh, but I could see them going receiver. I think they're saying they might go linebacker, but personally, I would pick Kool-Aid if I'm the Falcons. Trade up for Kool-Aid again. I think that guy's 100% worth it. Kirk Cousins is a genius. All right, Falcons. Let's see who they get. Oh, Andre Rison. Have you guys watched his documentary? What's up, Perez? Perez, let me know if you want to hop back in, Perez. So Cardinals, Joe Cardinals traded to Falcons. Falcons are picking. Wow. They skipped the defensive tackle in the green room. I just said he was gonna wait a while. Rook Orojo or Rojo from Clemson, defensive tackle. That's did they need to trade up for that guy though? Yeah. Um. Yeah. They. I don't. I don't think the Falcons needed to trade up for that guy though. So I guess good on the Cardinals. You traded down and they still didn't take anybody you would want. But clearly the guy was high on the board. So I'm watching his highlights right now. He's out of Clemson. Oh, this dude's fast though. This dude, watching his tape right here, this guy is looks like a baller, but um, you know, it's just a couple of highlights, but they need help on the defense. Yeah, I wanted Kool-Aid, but the Bills picked the Bills picked Keon Coleman out of Florida State, Joe. So, but I'm happy with that pick. We talked about it yesterday. I was happy with that pick, but see, I was hoping for Kool-Aid, but he's still on the board, so we don't know how far he might fall, or maybe the Bills will. They have some extra picks now. Maybe they'll trade back up for him. Well, we got Washington on the clock, and no one in this world knows what Washington's gonna do because of Washington. Yeah, Coleman. Yeah, he's a big receiver. He's got great hands. Like I was saying, he's a guy that's uh if you throw it in his catch radius, he's gonna catch it. But he's got bad hips. I mean, not like injury wise. He just doesn't. He's got bad movement. He doesn't get in and out of his breaks very well. He's very stiff when you watch him. Um, but again, you know, he's got a really high ceiling. We'll see what happens, but he's definitely that guy which I think is one of the dumbest plays in the NFL. But if you're gonna throw it, he's the type of guy you throw that fade to in the end zone. No, yeah, he's not slow. He's not really slow necessarily. He just doesn't as Joe saying he's slow, but he's not necessarily slow, but he's just he doesn't he just he just doesn't have like some people have that movement in their hips and some don't. He's got a big butt or whatever you want to say, he just doesn't get that movement. But you in the NFL you don't need a lot of separation, and he's a guy that can just go up and get the ball. So even without having a lot of separation, you got Allen to throw him the ball. He's gonna catch it. And you need somebody with big, strong hands because Allen puts some heat on that ball. So yeah, I mean, the Bills don't really we don't really miss in the first round, first, second couple rounds. The Bills almost never miss. So um I trust what they're looking at. I trust that, and he's a fit. He's a fit for us. Unlike some of these other players I've been talking about that just I don't feel like they fit in the team that they got drafted by. I think there's some guys I just think they're great, good players, but they don't fit. And he's a good fit. So there's nothing wrong with the pick the Bills made. Would I've liked to see somebody different? Yes, but is there anything wrong with the pick? No. I think it's a good, solid pick. So again, Washington and the Commanders um are commanding this pick. I don't know. What's a stupid name, but the Commanders are going to pick here, and nobody in the world knows what the Commanders are gonna pick. I mean, they really could go anywhere because, like, they're Swiss cheese, They got holes everywhere. This guy up here taking selfies. Darrell Green was the man, dude. That guy can probably still run a 4.4. He's announcing the pick for Washington. One of my favorite players of all time, Darrell Green. All right, just make the pick, please. What's this? What's wow? I don't get this. What they're doing? For some reason, they gave Darrell Green a Redskins jersey or Commanders jersey, which is exactly like the Redskins one. Like he doesn't own a bunch of jerseys already. Oh, Swiss cheese, yeah. I was saying that yesterday when you were gone on the phone. I was just like, yeah, this tea's like Swiss cheese. They could pick anything. I don't get why they gave him a jersey. He played for the team for like 15 years. Okay, defensive tackle. Okay, so finally the guy gets to come out of the green room. Jason Newton out of Illinois, defensive tackle. So good for him. You know, that's it's a standard Redskins pick, Commanders pick. Um, so yeah, Swiss cheese. I'll tell you what's not Swiss cheese, and that's this defensive tackle. He's too big to be Swiss cheese. I'm saying I don't like it when they say, "Oh, this guy plays with leverage." All that tells me is he doesn't quite have enough power and he doesn't quite have enough speed or finesse. So he plays with leverage. So, so you're saying like he's good, but he's a tweener. He's in between. Like I don't know that playing with leverage is necessarily a compliment. The more I thought about it, you know, something something I've heard for years, but I just don't know that. I never realized it probably till just now, but I don't think that's really a compliment playing with leverage because it means you're not a power guy, you're not a finesse guy, you're not a speed guy. You've got to use leverage to get in on people, and I mean that means you're not powerful enough or fast enough. You know, never thought about it, but it actually should be considered an insult. Don't you agree? Yeah, Patriots picking Polk. Of course, the Patriots got Jalen Polk, the guy I wanted. I thought, God, the guy I wanted. Of course, they picked him. God, I hate the Patriots. Now I can't like Polk. Oh man. Oh man, that's ridiculous. God, that just pisses me off. Go to a team I like so I can still kind of root for you. Don't go to the Patriots. Golly. I've been talking about Polk this whole draft, and of course he has to go to the Patriots. Of course. Golly. Patriots might have something going on there with Drake May and Polk. Man. Come on, man. Ah. I mean, if I'm being truthful, I like Polk over Dunze. I'm not even gonna lie about it. You know, I I think Polk's the better player. Jeez, God, why do you have to go to the Patriots? Oh well, good, good pick for the Patriots right there. And I think that's another good fit. So let's see what we got here for round two. Keon Coleman, again, good fit, but you know he needs a couple things. He needs to work on his route running. Lad McConkey for the Chargers. I like the versatility with him. You can move him really anywhere, any position. Uh, I'll tell you what. Then who would have thought there was a run on defensive tackles? Anyways, Falcons Rook from Clemson, defensive tackle. That guy is that guy. His tape was looking great. Um, Newton for Illinois uses leverage. Should leverage be an insult? Maybe it should be. And Jalen Polk, which I think is the best pick of the second round so far. by the Patriots. I say it's a better pick than the Bills. Um, yeah, I mean, I wish I could reverse that. The Patriots get Coleman and we get Polk, but I can't. But we'll see. I might eat my words. Time will tell. But a huge fan of Polk. Huge fan of Polk. And he's gonna, he fits a need for the Patriots. He's gonna fit in. He's six Polk is 6'1", 203 pounds. Um, doesn't give me his 40 right here, but he's he's definitely fast enough. He's definitely fast enough. Um, the thing I like about him when I watched him in college is he's got this footwork. He's just, the what's that drill where you just da, 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 da. um he's able to like get in on somebody, da 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 da, boom, move, like separate. He's got great feet, quickness. He's a big receiver. Yeah, I mean, I think the dude's a stud, man. I absolutely love Polk. So I'm just sick to my stomach. The Patriots got him, but that's just life. Titans are up. Titans. You know, when you move on from Derrick Henry, you're telling the rest of the NFL you've given up. Like, given up. I'm going into rebuild. And so it's another Swiss cheese kind of team. Just they could really pick anywhere. Um, you know, it really doesn't matter. I mean, the Titans can just basically pick best available player. If we look at best availables, Kool-Aid baby. Oh, Warren Moon's announcing. Fun, interesting fact about Warren Moon. I'll tell you after he drafts. Another defensive tackle, Devondre Sweat from Texas. Wow, a run on defensive tackles? We all thought it was going to be a run on receivers. But anyways, here's the interesting fact about Warren Moon that a lot of people might know. His pinky finger, he would take and he would file it into a little point. Warren Moon had probably the best, most beautiful spiral of anyone. Um, Definitely up there with top 5 in history. I mean, his spirals, you go back and watch the tape, the spiral on his ball was just gorgeous. And he would when he would throw it, his pinky would always kind of drag the ball, or the nail of his pinky would drag the ball when he threw it, the way he threw it. So he would file his nail into a point. He would go to get pedicures just to like file his nail into a point, and so like when it hit when it hit, it would just force the ball to get into this perfect rotation. A lot of people don't know that, but I've watched way too many NFL history things. I've seen him talk about it. But yeah, it's an interesting fact about Warren Moon. He was fun to watch back in the old Houston Oilers. Hmm. So my boy Kool-Aid is still available, As far as I'm concerned, I hope he keeps dropping. I hope he keeps dropping. Oh man. When will Kool-Aid get picked? Hey, if you're still on there, Joe, who's I know you're driving, but who the Raiders picking next? Did you do any research last night? Okay, Panthers trade to the Rams. Finally, a quick pick. Another defensive tackle, Brandon Fix, out of Florida State, which I think he's better than the last couple of defensive tackles drafted. Um, he was probably my number 2 defensive tackle on the board. Uh, but again, I'm a Florida State fan, so I watched a lot of their games, and this dude's a stud. Yeah, see, this guy's got power, uses his hands good. He's got speed. I mean, truthfully, he might be the best defensive tackle in the draft. So, and the Rams, they know defensive tackles clearly, and they didn't waste any time making the pick. This is the fastest pick of the entire draft. They traded up and they immediately put the card in. Other teams, even when they traded up, they still waited 5 or 10 minutes to put their card in. Rams didn't wait at all. They were just like, got the trade, boom, let's go. So, you know, this and he's got Aaron Donald right next to him to teach him and train him and help him. I mean, this guy looks. I'm just watching his tape. He looks like he has better hips than the Bills receiver they drafted, Keon Coleman. I'm not trying to diss on my own team, but that guy's just got these stiff hips, man. It's wild. So going to Joe's team, the Raiders. I know they have a few picks. I think until their pick. See when they pick next. All right, so there's one, two, three, four, 5 picks until they pick, unless they trade up or down. But going back to the Raiders, um, I'll tell you who I would want them to draft. And again, I'm not a Raiders fan, but I'm not a person that's gonna say that. I'm not somebody that's gonna put out a bad pick. I'm not gonna be like, hey, I hope they pick this guy because I hope they suck. No, I'm not like that. Um, I hope the Raiders pick Joe Milton the third, and or Spencer Rattler, one of those two. Um, but I hope they pick a quarterback here. Or even if they don't, I hope they eventually get one of those two, whether it's the next round or whatever. I I hope that they get Joe Milton the third or Spencer Rattler. I would love to see that for the Raiders. I want the Raiders to be good again. Um, those are the quarterbacks that I like that are left in this draft pool. Um, there's some interesting talent in this quarterback. Um, in the quarterbacks this year. This John. I'll tell you what. Now, this guy's not gonna. be picked till the 6th or 7th round, probably. He may even fall out. But this John Rhys Plumlee from UCF, he played for somebody else too, I believe, before he transferred over. But that guy, he's a good. He's 6 foot, 200, so he doesn't quite have the measurables, but neither did Bo Nix. Some of these other guys. Um, I like Plumlee, man. I think that guy is gonna have a solid career in the NFL. I think he's gonna be a guy that he might just be a backup, just a solid backup career. Um, but he might be just one of those shockers that ends up being amazing. Drew Brees or something. I don't know about that. That's a little bit much, um, but yeah, I mean, he's an interesting talent for sure. Um, Devin Leary from Kentucky, he's an interesting talent, but I mean, really clearly to me, Joe Milton III or Spencer Rattler are the best quarterbacks left on the board, and I personally would rate Joe Milton III higher. But I love Spencer Rattler, and yeah, I'm a big Rattler fan too. So we got the Eagles back on the clock. They had a good first round pick. Oh yeah, they probably picked the best corner in the draft. From Tulane. That guy just dropped forever. Let's see, his name was uh Quinton Mitchell from Tulane or Toledo, I should say. So see who they picked. They had a great pick in the first round. That guy really fell a lot. I feel like. Cowboys fans like, shut up, man, shut up. Oh, Cooper DeJean, corner from Iowa. They got two corners. Wow. Wow. Cooper DeJean, two of the best corners in the draft. That's interesting they picked two corners though. Man, if you're a corner and you play for the Eagles, you gotta be like, man, we must suck. Because ain't nobody pick two of the same position in their first two picks. I mean, if you're a corner on the Eagles, you're on the hot seat. Oh man, that was wild. I still think Kool-Aid's the best one of the bunch. Either that or the one they picked before, the Mitchell. Come on, man. They show this tape, right? Like, dude, the tape they're showing of him is so stupid. So one of them, he gets an interception, but it's literally because the guy threw the ball 3 yards over the other guy's head, and he just outran the. I mean, it's not even. None of these. Okay, okay. No, Cooper DeJohn, I'm out. I'm out on him. If this is his best highlights, I'm totally out. One of them was just literally him tackling a guy. The other one was an overthrown ball that he was just happened to be standing back there, intercepted. Another one was a pass breakup in the end zone. but the ball was like 2 yards to the right. Like, wasn't even like, literally, they're right here, and the ball's, like, behind his back 2 yards going that way through the end zone. Like, he didn't do anything really to defend the ball. The no I mean, this if those are that guy's highlight. Another one, he hits the guy, does a 360, turns around, and the ball just happens to, like, be thrown incorrectly again, and he catches the ball. Those are the worst highlights ever. If those are his highlights, I'm out on that guy. Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid goes to the Saints. God damn it. What? Because you know the guy's gonna be a top. I mean, I feel like he's gonna be a top corner in the league. But here's my problem. The Saints ain't shit, man. They ain't gonna be shit for years. Now we gotta watch this guy on a bad team. I mean, how boring is that? You know? Oh man. Great pick by the Saints though. Yeah, now these are some highlights right here. Oh, and see that was he, this guy tried to trick him and bite him off, and he didn't get tricked. Yeah. God damn it. Oh well. Kool-Aid to the Saints. It's a good fit, sort of. Texans on the board. Texans, Cardinals, Raiders, all on the board next. Who Texans? Well, they don't need. They could. Wow, they picked quick. They could do a running back, or they're going defense. Is it or offensive line? I guess they don't need a receiver. That's for sure. Kamari Lassiter, Georgia. So here comes the DB run. 3 defensive backs in a row. So comes the run on defensive backs. So far in the second round, we've had 3 receivers, 4 defensive backs, and 3 wide receivers go off the board, 4 defensive tackles go off the board, and 3 corners go off the board. So only 3 positions have been drafted in this round so far. Still no running back. Still no running back. Cardinals might pick a running back. Let's see who did the Cardinals pick in the first round? Oh yeah, that's right. The receiver. Marvin Harrison Jr. Uh so Cardinals can go anywhere. They could go running back, offensive line, or defense. I don't think they'd go receiver again, but you never know. I'm surprised that Oney Mitchell's still on the board, the receiver for Texas. That guy can ball. Edwin Cooper for Texas A&M. Jonathan Brooks. Let's um see the Cardinals picking one of them. Marshawn Nealon, the defensive end for Western Michigan. I see the Cardinals picking him. Man, 4 defensive tackles in the second round? That is so wild. Defensive tackles are like one of the most bust potential positions. How many even when they get drafted in like the top 5, even if they're good, a lot of times they only last for like 3 or 4 years, 5 years maybe. And then like how many top 10 defensive tackles have you seen just totally bust? Tons of them. 4 defensive tackles in the second round? Come on, man. Like one of them's gonna be good, and it's probably Rook that went to the Falcons. Him and the Florida State guy. One of those 2 will probably work out, and the rest probably won't. So you probably have 3 wasted picks. I mean, I could see Jazeer Newton, who the Commanders picked. I could see him having a long career, but I don't see him being like a huge impact player. Yeah, that's wild. Hmm. They all kind of went to I feel like they all kind of went to the best team they could have gone to. I think each one of them fits the team, the defensive schemes for the teams. So like Brandon Fisk to the Rams, um Jazar Newton to the Redskins, Rook Horo to Clemson, and Tavondre Sweat to the Titans. I think all of those defensive tackles fit that style of defense for those particular teams. But I mean, there's like a huge chance of them not being good. There's just not that many. I mean, how many good defensive tackles can you name right now in the NFL? Right? Of course, the guy from the Rams. Um, but I don't know why I can't think of his name all of a sudden. But anyways, that's that's kind of the I mean, the Bills have Ed Oliver, right? Ed Oliver is probably the second best defensive tackle in the league, or at least top 3 or 4. And unless you're a Bills fan, you probably don't know who Ed Oliver is, or you've heard of him or whatever. But um, I'm just saying, like, you don't, you can't guarantee you nobody on this podcast can name more than 5 defensive tackles without googling it. So it just tells you there's no real good defensive tackles. So to have 4 that you're gonna use with your second round pick, that's risky. I'm gonna take a little break after the Raiders pick. So here comes the Cardinals. Another defensive back, Melton from Rutgers. So, wow, 5'11". Wow. That's a player that people could call a reach. I'll tell you what though, his tape looks a lot better than that Iowa guy. At least he has tape worth watching. Yeah. I mean, his tape looks like he could be a top nickel in the league. But I don't yeah, that Iowa guy, man. If that was the best tape they had to show of him, that was awful. I've seen 7-round picks with better tape than that. Whoever sent in his tape, they did not do him justice. Raiders picked already. Jim plunk it up to make the pick. All right, so the first guard, they're calling him a guard. It says he's a center, whatever, from Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. So they go guard. So yeah. So they announced him as a guard, which means if they announced him as a guard, that's probably where they want to put him. But he was a center at Oregon. Watching offensive line tape is so funny because you'll just see him like make a block and you'll see the running back run for 40 yards, and you're just like, wait, am I watching a running back highlight or an offensive line highlight? Wow, this dude gets down the field. Well, now that wasn't okay. That was an impressive. All right, all right. The tape on that guy was impressive. Like seriously impressive for an offensive for a center. All right, guys, take a quick break, and I'll be back. Um, whoops. So the next one's up right now at Green Bay. Then we have the Panthers, Giants. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Oh, Edwin Cooper for the Packers. I like that pick. That's a good linebacker. Or Edrin. Yeah. 6'2", 230, Texas A&M. Yeah, that's a good pick. Panthers are picking already. They must have traded, right? Panthers are picking. How do you guys think your team did so far? Yeah, so Colts traded to Panthers. Jonathan Brooks. So the first running back finally goes off the board. This guy's got some power to him. Well, they got rid of Christian McCaffrey, and they've been trying to fill that hole ever since. So he's 6 foot, 216. He's got some good power to him. He's he's got some good hips. Maybe I'm just gonna talk about hips all day. I don't know, but he's got speed. He's got a good turn. He's got a nice little cutback. Yeah, he's got a quick change of movement. I mean, yeah, I mean he can catch. I mean he's kind of yeah. I mean he's kind of like a McCaffrey, to be honest. Probably not as fast as McCaffrey, but so we got the Giants next. Giants picked the receiver Neighbors in the first round, so that kind of tells you they're still all in on Daniel Jones. I've always been a fan of Daniel Jones, but it's getting harder and harder to be a fan of his. If I'm being completely honest, it's yeah, he did not look good last year. Last year was last year was a step backwards for Daniel Jones, but he still does have a lot of capabilities. So we'll see where they go. If they're gonna keep helping Daniel Jones, I mean, this is another Swiss cheese team, right? It's just the Giants could literally go anywhere they wanted to go. Like there's no I mean, they could even pick Joe Mixon the third. They could pick a quarterback here. Like there's literally not a position that the Giants couldn't pick here. It's just like you really have no idea. I mean, so they say their needs are it's funny, they put their needs as quarterback, but quarterback, receiver, corner, offensive guard, offensive tackle, offensive line. That's probably where they should go. It's just, it's a safe pick. I mean, maybe I might go Joe Mixon the third. I still think He's the best quarterback available, and you've got a phenomenal offensive-minded coach out there, and so you I'd go Joe Mixon the third here personally, but where will they? Or I'd go offensive line if you're going to stick with Daniel Jones because they clearly need protection. And offensive line are some of the safest picks that you can make, and you can't afford to not get impact players for the Giants. Like they can't afford to have busts. Like they're just not. Like everybody's losing their job, right? If these draft picks don't work out, they go in another disaster season. Everybody's losing their job, so you can't afford to miss. So the safest thing for me with them would be offensive line, or I would pick the quarterback. But you also have to, even if Joe Mixon the third comes in and does a great job, even if you started him, you still might be drafting Joe Mixon the third for the next coach. Like if you're the coach, you might be drafting him, or the GM, you might be drafting the franchise quarterback, but you might be drafting the franchise quarterback for the next general manager and the next coach. So, um, unless he just balls out his first year, which I mean, I definitely think he could, but that's risky, you know. So I mean, do what you want. Personally, I would take that risk. I would still take Mixon, but the G men. Shout out to Garrett wherever he's at. Big Giants fan. Dumb. Oh, a safety. Another like all-time bust position, right? Defensive tackles bust all the time. Safeties bust all the time. Like like safeties bust 80% of the time, probably something like that. I mean, and what I mean is by bust is I mean like if you're thinking of them as being a plate, like safeties tend to stay around the league for a very long time. But if you're talking about a playmaking safety, like the chances of you getting a playmaking safety is like 20% maybe, right? Let's just be honest. Um, it just and even when you do get one, they flame out so fast most of the time. Like Dante Whitner, right? Dante Whitner, he had a he well, first of all, I would never consider him a playmaking safety necessarily, but he had a couple great years. I mean, he even changed his name to Dante Hitner. Whatever. Dante was an idiot. But yeah, I mean even when they're good, they're not playmakers typically. That's kind of wild pick for the Giants. To be honest, it doesn't make sense. There's so many more things they could have done. When you have Swiss cheese, you have the little holes and the big holes. They fill the little hole, not a big one. Another defensive tackle? What is this? The greatest defensive tackle draft in the history of the NFL? A, a fifth defensive tackle in the second round? Like literally one of these guys is gonna be an impact defensive tackle. And the rest are gonna be mediocre at best. Like these are like wasted picks. Like, oh my goodness. I mean, the history is just not out there for defensive tackles. And it's kind of an easy position to look good in college because these guys are so big and strong and young, and they can bulldoze these offensive linemen and stuff. But when you get to the NFL and you've got offensive linemen with elite hands and elite feet, eh, you just all of a sudden it's like you're running into a wall constantly. I cannot believe that. That is shocking. 5 defensive tackles in the second round. What are we doing here? We trying to better a team or are we just picking guys? Wow. It's good for Buffalo because I know they ain't gonna pick like shit. So that just means somebody's good is gonna fall a little bit lower for us. Another defensive tackle. What the fuck? What is happening? I like Chris Jenkins from Michigan. He's he's a good defensive tackle, but I mean, again, I mean, is he gonna pan out? I mean, I 6 defensive tackles in the second round? I could see 6 defensive tackles in the 6th round. I could see 6 defensive tackles in the first 2 rounds. But 6 in the s well, I can see 6 in the first 3 rounds, let's put it that way. Wow. And the Bengals have a history of getting good defensive tackles, but man, just this makes no fucking sense. This I I I legit don't know what's happening right now. I mean, I'm super happy. I mean, shoot, I'm happy for the Bills and the Raiders and any other teams out there. But these are some I mean, one team's gonna look amazing, the rest of them are gonna be like, "Why the hell did you draft this defensive tackle?" Okay. Mike Sanders still defensive back from Michigan. This is a reach, or at least it's gonna be considered a reach. But so he's 5'9", so he's a corner, 182. So so in that case, it's not a reach because everybody needs a top tier nickel, and so he's not a outside corner. He's a nickel. He's a he's guarding third the third receiver, the tight end, whatever. He's blitzing, um, blitzing the quarterback, doing stuff like that. So you know, so it's not necessarily a reach because of the position he plays. Um, because you're drafting him to be a specialized thing. Like a specialized thing is like the third receiver, the the nickel guy, And when you have a really talented third receiver, a really talented nickel guy, um, things like that, then it really can elevate your team a lot. It can be a huge, huge thing. So, um, so in that case, I don't want to call them a reach because they aimed at a specific target, and that makes it not a reach. They clearly have like a plan for this guy. They clearly have what they want for him. Now, does he fit Washington? I've never seen them use a nickel in the type of way that this guy plays, but you know, if they do this year, then he could have a huge impact. So I don't want to dog on that pick. Michigan guys back to back, by the way. I mean, if I go back through these defensive tackles that have been picked, I really think the Falcons got the best one. Rook or Horo, however you say his name, out of Clemson. I like the so far this round. My favorite picks are Jalen Polk to the Patriots. Uh, Kool Aid, of course, McKinstry to the Saints, and the center to the Raiders, Jackson Powers Johnson. The tape on him just looked ridiculously amazing. And then the next pick I really like is the Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M to Green Bay Packers. So those are my four favorites so far in this round. If I go to round one, my favorite picks would be um and I'm gonna round one is weird because I have so many picks that I love, but I'm just gonna kind of round it down to picks that I love that I also think are a good fit. So uh Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Cardinals, you know, that's just a basic pick, but still, I mean, great player, great fit. Joe Alt to the Chargers, they need offensive line help. So it's a big need. He's a good player, so it's a good fit. Um, JJ McCarthy to the Vikings. I don't know how much I totally love JJ McCarthy as much as I am a Michigan fan, but he went to the right team. Um, Brock Bowers, as far as to the Raiders, it's a solid pick. Nothing special there though. Um, you know, Xavier Legette really does fit the Carolina Panthers really well, but their quarterback is maybe the worst in the league. Byron Murphy, the second defensive tackle to Texas, best defensive tackle by far in the draft. I think he fits Seattle really well. So That's a good fit, but again, very high bust potential. And Michael Penix Jr. Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. I love it. All right, so the Steelers just picked. They picked a center, Zach Frazier from West Virginia. So that's the third center off of the board now. That's quite a few centers for the first two rounds of an NFL draft. That's kind of rare, to be honest. Um, you normally see a huge, and there hasn't been very many offensive tackles drafted in this draft. I mean, comparatively, right? So you had one, two, three, four. I guess there's been more than I thought. Five. Okay, so you had six tackles in the first round. So I guess it is about where it normally is. It just seems less because normally you have more in the top 10. But so yeah, so who's Steelers? Who are we protecting? We're protecting who's the quarterbacks right now? Let me double check because it's had a little brain freeze here. But I know they have the guy from Chicago. So they got Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, and Kyle Allen, who was previously on the Buffalo Bills, backing up Josh Allen, believe it or not. So, yeah, I mean, Russell Wilson, so he's going to be Russell Wilson center. You know, a great center is so important, though. So important. So Zach Frazier out of West Virginia, I will say this, though. I've never seen West Virginia have high success at offensive. I've seen a lot of offensive linemen be drafted by West Virginia. I have not seen many that did very well from West Virginia. Let me know which platform you're watching from. So Colts up next. Richardson's their quarterback. He's pretty good. He's a guy you could build around. I like his game. I do. Rest in peace, Vontae Davis, the guy who quit. He retired at halftime of a Bills game. He's just like, if you there's a podcast with Tre'Davious White talking about when he was just like, yeah, man, I'm done. I quit. I'm leaving. He thought he was joking. Then he texted him. He's like, where he's at? He's like, I'm at home watching the rest of the game. Oh, Mitchell, finally. Okay, good. That's a good fit. That's a good pick. Adonai Mitchell, wide receiver from Texas, finally was off. Um, 20 teams that picked defensive tackles before them could have picked this guy and probably would have been a good fit. But whatever. But no, I'm just teasing. But Adonai Mitchell to the Colts, I love it. I love it. Give Richardson another weapon. Um, I think this guy can be elite. Think he fits in with the Colts. you know? He's got some long legs, like, so when you have really long legs like that, you run faster than you look like you're running, so it's really deceiving to other people, and it creates separation a lot of times. Like, AJ Green was that way. How many times do you see AJ Green just 20 yards from anyone catching a ball? Like, just blew by people. It's because he doesn't look like he's running that fast. He had these long legs. He didn't look like he was like, too long for his body, kinda. Doesn't look like he's running that fast, and so you don't adjust your speed to him, and next thing you know, he's just blowing by you. Eric Dickerson was that way. The coaches used to say they literally used to tell Eric Dickerson, one of my favorite running backs of all time, run the coach. He talks about the story about the coach saying, "Hey, you need to run faster. Like, well, how come you don't run as fast as you can run?" He's like, "What are you talking about, coach? Like, I always run as fast as I can run." But it didn't look like he was because he had these long legs, so it just doesn't look like you're running that. I don't know. I know it sounds weird, but and that's how this guy is. He really doesn't look like he's running that fast, but he's blowing by you. And so you try to adjust your speed to him when you really need to be going full speed the whole time. So I like that. Ronnie Mitchell to the Colts. Yeah, that's a good pick. Who did the Colts get in the first round? Oh, the edge, Latue or whatever. Oh yeah, from UCLA. 6'5", 260. He's long. He's kind of his body type. I'm not comparing him or his skill level to him, but his body type is similar to what's his name? Joey for the Chargers. What's his name? The defensive end. Uh Joey Bosa. So he's got a similar body type to Joey Bosa. So, and I'm not comparing him to him, but so they got so they got an edge rusher with you know that could make an impact for the Colts, and then they got a receiver. So, by the way, I got family in Indianapolis. One of them's a Colts fan, the other one's a Cardinals fan, but can't stand the Colts. It was funny. I was talking to my brother yesterday, and I was like, telling him, I was like, I still remember when like the Seahawks were in the AFC West, and the Colts were in the AFC East. Colts used to be in the Bills division. I used to think about it all the time, like if Peyton Manning, if they would still in the division when there was Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and they had to play twice a year every year, that would have been kind of cool. But the Colts had left the division by then. Because when I grew up, there was three divisions on each side, just AFC East, Central, and West. And the Central and the West teams had 5 teams, and the Central had 4 teams. So AFC Central, NFC Central only had 4 teams, and then the AFC West and the AFC NFC West, AFC NFC East had 5 teams. That's how old I am. Redskins again. Yeah, they have like a billion picks, and they don't know how to use any of them. All right, Commanders. Actually, I think I did like one of their picks for them. Didn't they get that Alabama corner? Oh no, that was Detroit. Never mind. All right, so again, the Washington Commanders select Ben Sinnott, tight end from Kansas State. Have you ever heard of a tight end from Kansas State? Because I haven't. Just kidding. He's almost 6'4", 250. Um, how did he? How did he catch that? That was the most retarded catch I've ever seen. This guy looks good though. I'm not gonna lie. His tape's looking. I'm gonna have to give props to the Commanders on this one. I mean, this dude looks like he could be a top tight end in the league. With this dude can block, he can run, he can catch. If I was to quote Moneyball, I'd say he's a 5 tool guy. He's one of our guys. All right. Stop shitting on the Commanders for that one. Commanders finally came up with a good pick. And again, I mean, I do think they picked the second best quarterback in the league. I mean, in the draft. I just, I just don't think he really fits what the Commanders do. Well, that's good. Like I said, what's a rookie's quarterback best friend? A tight end. Looks like they got him a good dynamic tight end. It's gonna be a good Commanders team. The Brownies. The Browns are on the clock. Shut up, calling us. What is this crap? Just make the pick. Another defensive tackle. Terrible announcement. Terrible pick. Michael Hall Jr. Ohio State. There is no way. Have you ever seen so many defensive tackles drafted in your entire life? We had 7 defensive tackles in round 2. What is happening right now? This is the 7 This is 7 defensive tackles in 22 picks. Somebody give me a general manager job, please. Please, somebody make me your general manager. Because there's way too many that suck. I'm trying to think of a draft that ever had two elite defensive tackles come out of one draft. Can you think? Put it in the comments if you can think of a draft, or even if you can Google it and look up, find a draft where there's ever been two elite defensive tackles come out of the same exact draft. See if you guys can find that. To be honest, I don't believe it. I don't believe it exists. And if it does, it's once ever, twice ever at the most. Two elite deep. You guys are all spending second round picks on defensive tackles. 7 GMs are picking a defensive tackle with their second overall pick. But what are we doing here? We just throwing darts? This is ridiculous. All right, Dolphins on the clock. I'll probably pick a defensive end or something stupid. Just kidding. I like Mike McDaniel though. Some people say he acts like me or something. Oh yeah, Patrick Paul, offensive tackle. Yes, I mean, solid pick for the Dolphins there. 6'8", 331. Okay, here's the thing though. Well, like Tua Trash is like 4'11", and you're drafting a guy that's 6'8", 331. So not only is he like 4 feet taller than him, he's like 2 feet wide. How the hell is Tua Trash gonna see around this guy? Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a great pick. I mean, it's probably a really great pick to be honest, but I mean, Tua Trash is just gonna hold the ball longer because he can't find a sight line to see around him. In fact, wasn't it Tua Trash that had the press conference that said, "Look, guys, I'm short. I can't see around these guys. I gotta find a line of sight." Oh wait, it was Tua Trash that said that. I remember because I was like, finally, at least one of these little short guys admitted they can't just see over the like they've got to like get into a spot where they can see who to throw it to. Oh my gosh. I mean, we always knew it, but at least somebody finally admitted to it. You- You're gonna draft the largest offensive tackle for Tua Trash. Dude's like 4'11", 4'10", 4'8". Just kidding. No, but I mean, the dude's probably a great tackle. But like you say, I mean, he could hold on to the ball a little longer if he can't look around the guy. Just saying. Not saying it's gonna happen all the time or every play, but it's probably gonna happen a few times a year where that guy's just too big to like see around and he takes a sack or throws an incompletion or something because he just can't guys in his way. And when it comes to the NFL, it's just a couple plays that matter for the entire game. So I'm saying little break. Cowboys, Buccaneers, Packers, Texans, and then my Bills. So take like a 2 minute break. All right, see who the Cowboys pick. Sorry, yes. I'm gonna order a pizza. What kind of pizza do you guys like? Marshawn Nealon. Oh, that's a good pick by the Cowboys. Western Michigan. He's a edge rusher. He's a defensive end. 6'3", 270. Yeah, I think that's a great pick by Dallas. Marshawn Leland, the Cowboys. They took forever to draft. Who's uh, who's your who's y'all's favorite team? Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Texans, and then Bills next. Pick is in for the Buccaneers. Chris Braswell, another linebacker from Alabama. Linebacker slash defensive end here. 6'3", 251. That was weird. He looks weak. Watching his tape here, he just looks yeah, he does not look like an NFL linebacker watching his tape. He might be good in pass protection. Pass protection though. Not pass protection, but pass defense. He might be able to cover some he looks like he could be good like on a third down covering tight end or somebody, but he doesn't look like a guy that you use on first and second down. He's not a guy you ask for in run support. Green Bay picked quick, it looks like. Okay, Javon Bullard, safety. And he looks like a Packer. Javon Bullard out of Georgia, safety goes to the Packers. Five 200. This kid's got skill. This kid can play. This kid can play. This guy looks like he could be a good safety in the league for sure. He's got the right body type. He's got the right movement. He has the right he's good in pass protection. He can blitz. He's got good instincts. He clearly knows like the plays, what's happening. Yeah, that's a good pick. I like that pick. So I like the Packers picks right here. They got offensive tackle. I don't like their offensive tackle in the first round. I'm not overly impressed by him, but their next two picks, their linebacker and safety, they look solid. All right, Texans. Let's see what they got. Oh, okay. So offensive tackle, Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. Notre Dame's had a pretty good offensive line last few years. And you need offensive line help there in Houston. So you finally have a real quarterback. Houston's gonna be a beast this year. He does look like he's got kind of slow feet, but again, I mean, offensive tackles, I mean, offensive linemen, they rarely bust or I mean, they stick around forever. They're either a backup or, you know, but yeah, he's a right tackle. He's not a left tackle. He's gonna be a right tackle or a right guard in the league. So you're not gonna see him from maybe center, but really you're not gonna see him on the left side ever in his career. Probably he just doesn't have the. He's too slow. Like his feet are too slow for that for the left side of the line. All right, Buffalo's up. Ooh, let's see. Ooh, man, uh, there's some good guys out here for Buffalo right now. Thanks to all the defensive tackles that went off the board. 7 defensive tackles. The Bills don't even need a defensive tackle. So every time a defensive tackle went off the board, it just gave us somebody else. I mean, we literally have 7 more opportunities of players. Um, you know, I would love to see Blake Corum here. I would love to just pick Blake Corum. Um, you know, offensive line help. I mean, I don't. There's never a team in the league that would ever say like, except for maybe the '90s Cowboys, who had the greatest offensive line of all time. Other than them, you're never gonna be like, oh no, I won't take a better offensive line. Like you're always gonna take a better offensive line. As far as corner goes, Enos, there's a good corner out of Missouri, but he's small. He's a nickel. I don't really want him. TJ Tampa. Now TJ Tampa out of Iowa State. That would be a good pick for us in Buffalo. Uh, Cole Bishop out of Utah, good safety. We need safety help right now. Jaden Hicks out of Washington State's pretty good. But yeah. But for what's available at the moment, I would love to have Blake Corum. I'd love to have Blake Corum running back for Buffalo. But we'll see. They Bills could see Bills are the opposite of Swiss cheese. They have very little holes, but they can always get better or build more depth at they don't really have that many holes. So they can get the best available player and put him at any position that they want to upgrade and create depth for. So by saying that, I'm saying they really could go literally anywhere. You have great teams like the Chiefs and the Bills and the Niners that could go anywhere because they don't really have holes. And then you have terrible teams that could go anywhere just because they have as many holes as Swiss cheese. Okay, Cole Bishop. Yeah, I love it. I love it. That's safety out of Utah. Yeah. I mean, I would have liked Blake Corum, but that fills the need. I think besides Corum, he was the next guy I would want, 6'2", 206, um, out of Utah. Yeah, this guy and this guy's I don't know if you've seen Cole Bishop play, but this guy's fucking good. He can run stop, he can blitz, the passer. He's a hard hitter. He can pat. He's good in pass defense. All those things. This is a great fucking pick. Yeah, I mean, literally the only reason this guy is available. And again, but again, like I'm not gonna be a hypocritical, but I mean, anyways, he is a safety, and like I said on the other guys, safety is one of those bust positions like defensive tackle. Even tackle safety, you just don't know. But this guy right here, he does look to be one of the better safety talents in quite a few years. But he could very easily be a bust too. That's just the nature of the position of safety. And by bust, I mean like not a absolute playmaker because there's just so few playmakers at safety. There's so few Troy Polamalu's and Ed Reeds and those guys. Yep. Barry Sanders is the GOAT. So Lions are on the board. Okay, so this is that defensive back out of Missouri I was just talking about. Enos Rakestraw Jr. Um, yeah, I mean, it appears to be a solid pick, you know. Um, again, he's a nickel back. He can guard the number 2. He's only 5'11. Which I mean, only 5'11, but 5'11 is really not a bad height for a cornerback, especially a number 2 cornerback. So, his height is fine. His height is fine. He's 183, so he's a little bit. I mean, his height and weight is it's fine because it's gonna give him the speed he needs. Um, but this is a guy that he's either kind of like a lockdown number 2 or ends up being kind of one of the better nickels in the league. So, um, but it's good to have a guy like this that you can move him to nickel, you can keep him on the number 2, you can move him to the number 3, you could put him on tight ends. Um, you know, he's a little bit handsy, but you know, he's got some solid talent. So again, 2 corners again. So if you're an Eagles corner or a Lions corner, you better be worried about your job because they just picked 2 on both of those teams. The Eagles and the Lions' first 2 picks were cornerbacks. But they definitely did need the Detroit. That was a weakness last year. They needed that corner. All right, Ravens are picking. This has been a long second round. Okay, another tackle off the board from Washington, Roger Rosengarten. Good player right here. So the Ravens get better on the offensive line. They got Derrick Henry this year. I mean, this is a guy you can put a future bet to win the Super Bowl on this year. I'm not saying they will, but I mean they're definitely going to be in my top 3 favorites to win a Super Bowl this year. You know, probably like Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. Those are probably going to be my 3 favorites to win the Super Bowl this year. And I probably put Bills. I'm not sure how I would rate it actually. Lions, Lions. I'd put them up there too as a favorite to win the Super Bowl. My sleeper Super Bowl pick would be the Texans. Chiefs back-to-back picks right here. Who did they trade with? I could see the Chiefs picking that guy from TJ Tampa from Iowa State. That cornerback. I really do like that guy a lot. But we'll see. Again, the Chiefs are a team that can really pick anybody because they're just good enough. So it's like, what do they want to upgrade? But they need some safety help too. Okay, another tackle. So we got to run on offensive tackles. Kinsley Suamatui, whatever. He's got to be from the Polynesian culture. From BYU, 6'4.5", 250 or three. Sorry, 325. 6'3", 325 pounds. He's got great feet. Extends himself a little too much. But yeah, he's gonna be good. He's gonna be good at pulling for the running backs, getting out there and blocking. Yeah, I don't really like these Chiefs picks, if I'm being honest. I know they're you know, trying to make Worthy into another Tyreek Hill, but that's just not gonna happen. And then I don't know. See here 1 second. Okay. Um yeah, I don't like their picks. I don't like that Xavier Worthy guy, to be honest. Um I think he's kind of trash pick. I don't know, man. I don't think this guy's really gonna work out. And then that tackle from BYU, I mean, he's very, he's pretty raw. I don't know. You don't have that many Samoans really make it in the NFL, so we'll see what happens. But I just feel like they're instead of building for depth, I feel like they're taking risks and just trying to hit a home run with potential instead of just strengthening their team. Which I mean, if it works, if they hit a home run, then yeah, you hit a home run. But if you don't, you didn't make your team any better. And to do that twice in a row, that's I don't know. I mean, you guys like the Chiefs picks or think I'm crazy or what? San Francisco's on the board. Then we will finally get to the third round. Geez, the Cardinals have one, two, three, four picks in the third round for the Arizona Cardinals. You know, Cardinals can make a turnaround if they hit these picks. I mean, if they have a good draft, the Cardinals could really make a turnaround this year. Yeah, I still like Kyler Murray. He just, coming out of the draft, I mean, the one thing I said about Kyler Murray was that he's he's just built small. So if he if he can stay healthy, I thought he'd be good in the league. But if he can't, then that's a whole nother issue. And that's kind of come to fruition because when he's healthy, he's good, but he also hasn't been that healthy. All right, Niners pick is in. Does anybody know why they keep saying Brandon Ayuk could have been traded? Is it just they don't want to pay him a big contract next year? Or, see you in the Niners pick. Ronaldo Green, cornerback, Florida State. Florida State always comes out with good cornerbacks. Uh, I mean, the Niners over the years, the last few years, they've drafted well. They really have. 5'11", 186. So this is another nickel corner or nickel number two corner. Um, some of these highlights are funny, but yeah, I mean, he looks just looking at him, he looks like a pure nickel. He does not look like a guy that's gonna line up on the number two guy. He looks like a nickel. He's a blitzer. You put him in against the run. Um, so yeah, I don't know, man. There's nothing spectacular about this guy. So it's gonna be a matter of whether they can develop him. I really don't like either of these Niners picks. Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida. I don't like that pick. I don't like this pick. I don't like the Niners. I feel like the Niners and Chiefs, they could have just done better so far for their picks. It's kind of like the Chiefs look like they're just reaching for potential. Like, let's try to hit a home run. But we also know if he's not a home run, he's also probably not going to be in the NFL. He's like hit or miss. And these guys just don't look great for the Niners. Just like, I don't know. It's like instead of reaching up, they reach down. I don't like those picks for the Niners. I really don't. So the Jets traded up with the Panthers. So they now have the first pick of the third round. So they're just doing a little military thing. And who do you guys got winning the NBA? Look at Joe. Yesterday he was like, "What do the Jets need? A new, a new logo, a new uniform." That shit was funny. So, do the Jets go quarterback here? That's the real question. Because I mean, Aaron Rodgers ain't gonna be around forever. You know, maybe it's see him picking Michael Pratt. Ah. Oh, Jets don't know how to pick a quarterback. I mean, they're not gonna pick Milton the third or Spencer Rattler because those are good quarterbacks potentially. So they're gonna pick somebody else. I can see him picking Jordan Travis out of Florida State. I mean, that's a quarterback that would fit him too. I think. I mean, it's gotta be quarterback, right? Because the run on quarterback ended, and nobody's picked the next best available quarterback yet, right? Like nobody has done it yet. So this is the Jets' opportunity to get that next best quarterback and pick out of that next tier, whichever one they want to like prepare behind Aaron Rodgers. But of course, they pick a receiver from Western Kentucky, Malachi Corey. Personally, I love it. As a Bills fan, I love seeing the Jets make stupid decisions. I mean, this is the decision that goes, "Oh, we're going all in because we won't have Rodgers and we can win a Super Bowl while he's still here." But you're not gonna win a Super Bowl with Rodgers. What you're gonna do is you're gonna keep your job, but as soon as Rodgers leaves, if you don't have a quarterback or that next guy, you're gonna immediately get fired. So what you should do is prepare. You kind of have this. You have this like weird limbo where it's like we sort of maybe kind of have a chance at winning a Super Bowl, but really we need to prepare it. We need to like use this coverage we have to like prepare a team for when Rodgers leaves so that we can prepare a team that's going to be good enough to win a Super Bowl later, you know? But maybe they just don't like any of these quarterbacks. I don't know. But I mean, they had the opportunity to get their pick of the guy they want to develop of these quarterbacks. And there's some guys you can develop here. And they just flushed it down the toilet. So far, according to NFL Network, the Cardinals' needs were wide receiver, cornerback, and edge rusher, defensive tackle, and guard. Well, all the defensive tackles are gone, but they've already picked a receiver, a corner, and an edge. So they've gotten three of their needs. So it looks as if the Cardinals are drafting purely by need and not best overall. Oh, the first is this the first running back off the board? Trey Benson from Florida State, 6 foot 216. Um, okay. This guy's fast. 4.39. This guy's ridiculously fast. One of my favorite people to watch in the nation last year or the last couple years. He I mean, this pick right here could not only be a home run, this pick right here could be a grand slam, potentially a grand slam for the Cardinals right here. Um, so yeah, I like it. It's a great pick. So, they passed on Blake Corum. No, so this is the second running back pick. Um, but I would say that they clearly got. I don't think they wanted that running back out of Texas that got drafted already, anyways. I think that the Cardinals got the exact running back that they wanted in this draft. So, the one knock on that kid though is the running back from Florida State is that he doesn't take contact well. So, he's kind of he's gonna make you miss. If you miss, he's gone, but he's not a big take contact guy. Okay. Brandon Coleman out TCU, tackle going to the Commanders. You know, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm liking, I was being hard on the Commanders, but I'm really starting to like the Commanders draft more and more and more as it goes on. So I'm gonna take a break in about 10 minutes, just for a couple minutes. All right, so we have the New England Patriots, who took one of my favorite players in this year's draft off of the board and broke my heart, Kalen Polk. So they're on the clock again. They got Drake May. They got Kalen Polk. You know, you know, I dig what the Patriots are serving in this draft. As much as I hate them, I still my most hated franchise in all of sports are the New England Patriots. But I dig what they're doing so far this draft. So not being biased by any means. So third round. So we got Patriots, Chargers, Giants. Coming up next. Then the Cardinals again. Like I said, they have 4 picks in this round. So uh I'm gonna take just a. I know this pick's gonna be a few minutes for the Patriots, so I'm gonna take just a quick break. All right. Patriots pick is in. Oh, don't pick TJ Tampa. Come on, Patriots. Don't break my heart again. All right, let's see. Let's see who they pick. All right, here comes the pick. Any any Patriots fans watching? There's always one out there. I'm gonna have to take another quick break in just a minute, but not quite yet. Oh, hold on, guys. I'll be back. Hello? All right. Offensive tackle, huh? Caden Wallace from Penn State to the Patriots. Yeah, I mean it's a smart pick by the Patriots. Doesn't break my heart or anything, but it's a smart pick. Another Michigan player off the board, Junior Colson to the Chargers. So Chargers have upgraded their offensive line and their wide receiver. I still don't get trading Keenan Allen though. Well, and the thing is, Jim Harbaugh obviously coached this linebacker, so he really knows his skill set. Okay. Giants select Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, cornerback. I mean, they need the help there. So he's another, you know, he's another guy that's more likely a number two nickel kind of guy. But I mean, those guys are so versatile. I mean, somebody gets injured, you can put him on the number one guy. He's got a lot of physicalness to him, which is important at that size. Yeah, I mean his tape looks really good. He looks like he can do press, zone, really anything in between. Looks like a really good pickup for the Giants there. So Giants got neighbors, receiver, a safety, and a corner. So they got the back end of their defense. I mean, the Giants just need so much help, so it doesn't really matter. So Cardinals go offensive guard from Illinois, 6'4", 315. We know they need the help. Obviously, you got to keep that little guy. Um, you got to keep him healthy. You got to keep Kyler Murray upright. So solid pick by the Cardinals. I mean, everything about it makes sense. So he's a nasty little guard down there. He can play tackle. He's got good footwork. So yeah, I mean, looks like a pretty solid pick there for the Cardinals. Yeah, the Bills drafted or traded down twice in that first round. I think they could possibly trade up here at some point. Maybe even with the Cardinals who have plenty of picks. Well, or maybe with maybe not the Cardinals. They like I said, they have plenty of picks, but maybe one of these pick needy teams. See what happens. I think there's gonna be a few more trades here today, here in the third round. Definitely. All right, Carolina Panthers, worst team in the league. See who they pick. Trevin Wallace, another guy from Kentucky, linebacker. Yeah, this guy is a prototypical linebacker. He's got speed. This guy's a good player. He's gonna fit in. He's a three down linebacker, so he's not gonna come off the field much. Um, the downside is he's probably his downside's probably being a really good backup linebacker, which everyone in the league needs that. And his upside is, obviously there's no end to the upside, but it's a very, very solid pick here. But still the worst team in the league. And their quarterback is probably the worst starting quarterback in the league. Can't believe he was the first pick overall last year. Ridiculous. All right. Cowboys again go to the offensive line. Another guard from Kansas State, Cooper Beebe, or another Kansas State player, I should say. So he's probably he's probably a right guard, but he could probably do either, I guess. I mean, I don't think it's anything special. I don't even know if he'll start for him, but could be a solid backup or whatever. Kind of a reach for the third round, in my opinion. I think Dallas could have done something better with that pick. All right, so we got another linebacker, Braylon Trice from Washington, goes to the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, this dude's a stud right here. I'm liking the Falcons draft. I mean, they're kind of just going best overall all the way down. They're not even really filling needs. They're just going, who's the best guy we can get? And that goes all the way back to the quarterback, who I think is the best in, Penix Jr. I think he's the best quarterback in the draft if he stays healthy. So they took the best quarterback in the draft. They took the best every time they pick. They're just constantly taking the best. They took the best defensive tackle in the draft. They took the best, not the best defensive tackle in the draft probably, or second best, but best available. They're just going best available is what it looks like. Which they do also have a lot of holes, so that's not a bad strategy. But if I were to guess their strategy in this, it's just best available. So what do the Bears do here? They pick Caleb Williams. Um, well, I'm not with that pick. Whatever. They pick Roman Dunze. They seem to be trying to do some kind of West Coast offense over there in Chicago for some stupid reason. So where do they go now? I mean, maybe like a nickel cornerback or something. I mean, some speedy little cornerback, somebody with speed. You know, The next fastest player from the combine. I mean, that seems like what they're trying to do. Small, speedy guys that do not fit snowy, windy weather whatsoever. The smaller and the faster they are, let's do it. But they can't run in the snow. And they can't pass in the wind. Oh, well, let's still do it anyways. Stupid. So yeah, I think whoever the Bears pick here, my prediction is he's gonna be fast for his position. I think I got it. This is a quarterback I'm super high on. Totally fits the West Coast offense they want to do. I'm gonna say they picked Blake Corum from Michigan, the running back. I mean, he fits that kind of style, kind of what they seem to be trying to do for whatever reason. The Bears pick Karan Amigaji from Yale, defensive tackle. The eighth. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Maybe I'm gonna save it for tomorrow, but I can't wait to read that quote the Bears GM said. That guy's a complete idiot. There's not the eighth defensive tackle from Yale. Oh man. Oh, this is the third round. You still get starters here. Like you still get playmakers in the third round. You're picking the eighth defensive tackle from Yale, the eighth one that's already been picked. Name a time there's been two good defensive tackles come out of a draft, or three. I mean, I'm not saying like maybe they got the right one, maybe they did. Who knows? But I mean, seriously, defensive tackle from Yale in the third round. I mean, come on, man. What? The Bears are so stupid. No, I don't like this pick. Bungles picked Jonah Ellis from Utah. He's a small linebacker. He's he doesn't have an NFL body. He's gonna get blocked way too easily. I mean, he's fast. He's got finesse moves, but he don't. Yeah, I mean, he did a nice little spin move, like Sweeney for the Colts back in the day. But no, I don't like this pick. Raiders, the Raiders finally are back on the clock. All right, who the Raiders picking, Joe? If you're still out there, I know I got some Raiders fans on here. Who the Raiders picking? Pick is in. It's time for the quarterback, Bo Nix the third, or not Bo Nix. um, it's time for the quarterback. It's time for Joe Milton the third. Oh yeah, Delmar Glaze, tackle from Maryland. Maryland always seems to put out some good tackles, so maybe it's a good pick. I'm rooting for you, Raiders, but where's the quarterback at? You still got your first pick of that second tier of quarterbacks. We haven't had a quarterback picked in like 2 rounds. I mean, these GMs must just hate these quarterbacks. But quarterback's no good if he's always getting sacked. So the Raiders definitely need that offensive line help for sure. And that's it. Delmar Glaze he's a solid tackle, so we'll see. So they got a center, a tackle, and tight end for the Raiders so far. How do we feel right now, Raiders fans? How do we feel? You know, there's one more receiver that I think could be elite left in this draft right now. And that is Brendan Rice from USC. 6'2", 208 pounds. Um He's not super fast, but he's got good strength. He's got good route running, and he's the kind of guy that like he's one of those receivers where people end up overlooking when it comes to the draft, and you know, kind of like a Steve Smith, or I'm not saying he's Steve Smith, but one of those type of players where it's like nobody really people kind of knew he could be that player, but nobody really thought he was. People just, oh, he's not quite fast enough, or he's not quite this, and they just didn't realize. Kind of like Puka Nakua, you know. He's got a lot of attributes, but people just got a lot of production in college, but for whatever reason, they just don't um fall in love with the guy, I guess. Brendan Rice from USC, that's a guy. I think he can be elite on the next level. So we'll see, but that's that's a sleeper I still have in the draft right now. Okay. Kalen Bullock, another pretty good safety. Um, Goes to the Texans. Kalen Bullock from USC. Again, like I said, even when the Bills picked one, safeties have a high chance of, you know, they're kind of one of those positions that bust more often than not. But but this I actually do like the safety class this year. And he's I like this pick for the Texans. I think he fits in. I like the fit. I like the need. I like the talent. I think this is a really good pick by the Texans. Cardinals back on the clock right here. Man, the Colts ran up with this pick. They must really want this guy. All right, tackle from Pittsburgh, Matt Goncalves for the Colts. They must have really wanted this guy because they ran up to the podium. They traded for this guy and they ran up to the podium for him. The Cardinals keep moving back. Cardinals are pulling that old. Maybe they listened to my podcast last night. Pulling that old Buffalo Bills strategy right there. Right? You got a cluster of players. Just draft back a few until just pick one out of the cluster. Cardinals might be taking something from old Brandon Beane's playbook. So Bengals up next, and then Seattle, and then the Cardinals. So they must Cardinals must have a few guys in the hopper that they still like. But in a way, it kind of also means you're not totally sold on somebody. TJ, who's Mizada? TJ, who's your mother? Making the pick. Okay. Jermaine Burton, wide receiver from Alabama, goes to the Bengals. Can't say I know a lot about this guy. 6 foot, 196, 4.45. So the speed you need. Not super fast, but he's not slow either. Looked like he played for Georgia too, and then he transferred to Alabama. Oh, that wouldn't have been a catch in the NFL. In fact, I don't even think that was a catch in college. So I see this guy as a. I don't even see this guy as a two. I see him as a slot receiver. I see him as a three. He's got the size. He's got the measurables to be a two, but he plays like a three. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about this guy. So offensive tackle, defensive tackle, and receiver for the Bengals. So they're just all over the place. That guy looked pretty hyped though. They look pretty hyped in the Bengals green room. So they must have some kind of plan going forward for that guy. All right, Seattle's up. See what Seattle did so far. 'Cause I can't remember. All right. Okay, so Seattle took Byron Murphy the second. Clearly the best defensive tackle in what is apparently the greatest defensive tackle draft of all time because like 10 of them have been picked in the first 3 rounds. I mean, the first 3 rounds, you're picking a bona fide starter. That's what you're picking. 4 through 7, you're picking a guy that might start, a guy that's depth, a guy that's going to be on the team, but something like that. Or maybe you pick like somebody that you're hoping is a home run, kind of like what the Chiefs have been doing. He's either a home run or he's a strikeout. You do something like that 4 through 7. The first 3 rounds, you better at least hit a single. You're looking for a home run, but you better at least hit a single in the first 3 rounds. And to have 10 defensive tackle or 8 or 9 or whatever it is to go in the first 3 rounds. I mean, this must be the greatest defensive tackle class in the history of the universe. I mean, this is just ridiculous how many defensive tackles have gone off the board. I've never seen anything like it. So Byron Murphy and Byron Murphy was the next defensive tackle after him was like 30 picks later. So I mean, he's what they consider the best defensive tackle in the world's greatest defensive tackle draft class in the history of the world for some stupid reason. But whatever. But yeah, so Byron Murphy. So Seattle picked him. I like I said when they first drafted him, I liked him. I liked the fit. I think that was a good pick. I mean, he's got Seahawks written all over him. He fits in perfect. He's everything about him is a good player. It's the right fit. It's the right team. I like that for Seattle on that one. Then you go, oh, and that's the only pick. So I thought they had a couple picks I could talk about to see what else they did, but That's been their only pick, apparently. So a whole lot for nothing, apparently. But it looks like they're picking. They're gonna announce it here in a second, so we'll see what they do. Seattle, like I said, I mean, Geno Smith is he's a band-aid. He's a really good band-aid, but he's still a band-aid. And again, are we gonna see that next year? This is a perfect spot for my guy Rattler. Again, I think Joe Milton III is the better prospect, but when you want, we saw what they did with Russell Wilson, that type of quarterback. They know how to run that kind of offense there with a short quarterback. This is the perfect spot for Rattler, in my opinion. So I would love to see Spencer Rattler get drafted here. Just not because I like Seattle or anything like that, just because I like Spencer Rattler, and this would be the perfect spot for him. All right, so let's see what happens. Okay, Christian Haynes, a guard from UConn. Because, there's so many amazing players that have come out of Connecticut. Oh no, wait, that's the Connecticut basketball team that all the good players come out of. Um, I mean, if he's getting drafted from Connecticut, which isn't even it's not even a Division 1 college team. It's Division 2 or 3 or whatever. So, uh, you know, clearly this guy has some talent that they respect. Yeah, they're calling him a developmental prospect. They're saying he had a lot of things to work on even at Connecticut, which it wasn't even Division 1. Uh, he went from a perfect fit to some random dude. Okay, Seattle, whatever. All right, back to the Cardinals finally. Tight end Tip Rideman from Illinois. Dude, Illinois had a ton of people picked. It's like their fourth or fifth team. Illinois is like, that's wild. I mean, I think Illinois has had more people picked in this draft than they've had in the last 10 years picked. And it's not like Illinois was a great team this year. But watching this tight end, he looks like the other tight end, he was a quarterback for the Cardinals. Went to the Bills, became a tight end, ended up with the Redskins tight end there too. What's his name? He ended up being pretty good though. Pretty good little tight end. What's his name? He started out as a quarterback though. Um, man, turned to tight end, and he ended up being a pretty darn good tight end. Can't think of his name, but this guy kind of reminds me of him. Okay, Rams. Blake Corum goes to the Rams. I like it. I like it. Super Bowl contenders. Just kidding. But I like it. Blake Corum to the Rams. I like it. I like it. I like the fit. I mean, it's the same colors as Michigan too. Um, I mean, if he loses his Rams helmet in the Super Bowl like Thurman Thomas did, he could probably just grab his Michigan helmet and put it on. About the same. I kid, but yeah, Blake Corum to the Rams. He's about the same size of Barry Sanders. Uh, the only difference is that Barry Sanders had like 12 times the size of thighs of everyone else. Barry Sanders' thighs were like the size of a redwood tree in Oregon. But other than that, he's about the same size as Barry Sanders. um, but yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see him on Buffalo, in the Bills uniform. But good pick, my guy Blake Corum. Finally off. Here we go. Which one is my? Here we go. Let's do a little. Here we go. There we go. Throwing a little applause there throwing a little applause for Blake Corum. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. That's exciting. That's what I love. I love it when even if they don't go to my team, I love it. One thing I just love about the draft is just a player that I know is great that you know I loved watching in college, and he goes to a team that fits him, that he's gonna be good at. I just I love seeing that for these guys, man. That's why I just get so disgusted when I see somebody and go to a team that just doesn't fit them. And there, there are a lot of players that have gone by the wayside because simply because they didn't get drafted to the right team. And I like seeing it when it works out, and I really feel like it worked out for Blake Corum. Okay, another Michigan guy, back to back again. Michigan guys. Roman Wilson, wide receiver, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Shout out to my nephew, Austin Allen, who's a huge Steelers fan. So he's 5'10", 185, so he's a slot receiver. Oh man, his movement is good though. This is the kind of guy though you have to use him correctly, but he's got a coach that knows how to use him. So yeah, I, yeah, I think that can be a good fit there for Pittsburgh. It all depends on what they do, but you know, I can see the potential of it being a perfect fit for Pittsburgh there, and hopefully it is because I always pull for my Michigan boys. So the Brownies are up next. They're named the Browns. The color is orange, burnt orange. I don't know. What's your guys' favorite pick so far? Your favorite pick doesn't even have to be for your team. Just your favorite one. So Browns, then we have Eagles, then we have Cowboys, then Packers. So we just so after this Browns pick, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight NFC teams picking. Okay, let's see what we got here. Uh, don't worry, it's just Jim Harbaugh. I all know him. Just kidding. So the Browns here, and then 7 straight NFC teams: the Eagles, Cowboys, Packers, Buccaneers, Cardinals, Packers again, and Buccaneers again. Yeah, I mean, some of these picks, man, I still cannot get over all the defensive tackles that have been picked. I cannot. Is that just a weakness for literally every team? I mean, more than it always is a weakness because again, name your top 5 defensive tackles in the league. I'll wait. You're gonna have to Google it, so I'm probably gonna have to wait a while because you don't know 5 defensive tackles in the NFL. So it's not like it's not a position of need. But why is it a position of need? Because they bust all the time. They're not they're not players. Like it's not it's a very impactful decision if you have a position if you have a guy like Aaron Donald, but like you need a real impact player in the first 3 rounds, especially in the second round. And 6 or 7 teams, 7 or 8 teams in the second round picked a defensive tackle. It's just what are you doing that for? Like one of you guys is gonna get it right. The rest of you guys is gonna waste a second round pick. I don't understand it. And not every all of those teams were just totally wild and totally in love with the defensive tackle they picked. Can we just never see Colin Nassib ever again? All right, Zach Zinter, guard for Michigan. Another Michigan. Is that 3 in a row? That's 3 Michigan players in a row now. Blake Corum, Roman Wilson, and now Zach Zinter, offensive guard for Michigan. So, I mean, Michigan's starting to run out of players here, you know? I mean, we're gonna get to the we're gonna get to the 4th round. Every Michigan player will have been picked, and every defensive tackle for the next 7 years in college football combined will have been picked. I s- I don't get that defensive the run on. I never seen anything like that. A run on defensive tackle, the big fat guy that clogs up the middle. That I mean, they're they're needed, but they kind of just clog up the middle. And I mean, they're unless you have a real elite one, they're all about the same on every team. Like unless you have Aaron Donald or Warren Sapp, you're not winning a Super Bowl or winning an extra couple games in the regular season or anything with your defensive tackle. He's not making an impact. I mean, it's your second pick in the draft, and you're picking the 7th defensive tackle on the board. The hell you doing? From Yale? I don't get it. Oh yeah, Pooney sounds like a Niner. Sounds like a Dominique Pooney from Kansas. Sounds like an offensive guard for the 49ers, doesn't it? What was that one guy they used to have? He had some kind of name like that, like Pooney. I mean, if somebody has ever sounded like a 49ers guard, Dominic Pooney is that guy. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I don't like the Niners draft. I, I think the Niners they might have the worst draft so far this year. I, this guy is the first guy that I would say like looks like maybe a pretty good pick for them, but yeah, I don't like this Niners draft at all. I think they're one of the teams that have drafted the worst so far. But I mean, this guy does seem like a Niners guard. Let's see. Let's look at some of these teams here. All right. So Cardinals first pick, Harrison Jr. Everything's great about that. The next pick in the first round, defensive end Darius Robinson from Missouri. You know he looks amazing, but will he be? He's got kind of that Joey Bosa body, but will he play like a Joey Bosa? That's up in the air. Max Melton from Rutgers, the cornerback. I didn't like that pick by the Cardinals. Trey Benson, running back from Florida State. I really loved that pick by the Cardinals. And then they picked two guys from Illinois. For some reason, Illinois has had like their entire team drafted for some reason. Um, they got a tackle from Illinois, Isaiah Adams, and a tight end from Illinois. That tight end looks really good. He looks like he looks like that good tight end the Cardinals. Trying to remember his name. He was from Central Michigan, I believe. Played quarterback for the Cardinals. Moved to tight end. Played tight end for the Bills and the Redskins. I can't think of his name, but he reminds me of that guy. Turned out to be a pretty darn good tight end, actually. Um, Atlanta, I love their draft so far. Um, yeah, I like all three of their drafts. I think they got the best defense, the second best defensive tackle. I think they got the best quarterback if he stays healthy with Penix Jr. And then this Braylon Trice from Washington. I think that's a really good defensive end right there, prospect. So I love the Falcons draft. Uh, Baltimore, whatever. We'll see. Baltimore always drafts well, so they probably got some good players there. I like Buffalo's I draft so far. I would have preferred Kool Aid or Polk instead of Keenan Coleman, but I still think Keenan Coleman's good. I think he'll fit in good with Buffalo, and I do like the safety Cole Bishop. I think he's the best safety in this draft, so I like that for Buffalo. Carolina, they got a good receiver. Um, I'm not a fan of the running back they got. The linebacker's pretty good. I don't know. They'll probably get a number one pick again next year. I mean, they have the worst starting quarterback in the league, who they drafted number one overall for some stupid reason. The guy's literally like 4'2". And he's not even good. Like he wasn't even in the realm of Spencer Rattler or Kyler Murray. And he's like 1,000 inches shorter. Like if you saw him in the mall, you would be like, you'd probably put your hand out and be like, "Hey, can you punch me? Can you punch me? Can you punch me?" That's probably what you do to the Panthers quarterback. All right, Marist Leafouy to the Cowboys, linebacker from Notre Dame. Okay, whatever. But yeah, so the Bears, I don't know what the, I don't know what the hell the Bears are doing. Caleb Williams, no. They- it- why not pick somebody that can throw the ball through the wind, like a Drake May, or like the guy that's still on the board? I know you wouldn't pick him that high, but still Milton the third. Why don't you pick? I mean, yeah, maybe Caleb Williams, whatever. I don't think he's gonna fit. I don't think he's the right fit, but whatever. Roman Dunze, awesome, great weapon, but he's a West Coast Keenan Allen kind of receiver. Um, and then you picked like the eighth defensive tackle of the board, which no surprise is from Yale in the okay, well they announced it as a defensive tackle. This is saying he's an offensive tackle. But either way, they picked an offensive tackle from Yale. So they announced him wrong. Marshawn Lloyd, running back from USC, goes to the Packers. What in the hot shit is this? All right. 5'8", 220. He can stop on the dime and hurdle a guy. He, he's heavy though. Like, I'm not trying to say he's fat or that he's slow, but he's like his upper body is just so heavy. Like he runs heavy. He runs like he's carrying 3 bricks on his back. I don't know. I don't know about that, Packers fans. I don't know about that one. I mean, okay, so another safety to the Buccaneers, Tyke Smith from Georgia. So so this guy he's a strong safety. Clearly, 100% he's not a free safety. He's not going to be good in coverage. He's going to be a down the hill, you know, give you a running back a concussion kind of guy. Um so yeah, I mean, could work out for the Buccaneers. Let me know if you want me to review your team. Uh, all right. So the Cardinals' seventh pick, I guess. Okay, Elijah Jones from Boston College. He was a good player. Going to the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, 6'1", 185. It's a good pick. This is a good pick. I like this pick. Yeah, he was a good player. Yeah. Cardinals are picking pretty solid. Let me look at yeah, I like the I like what the Cardinals are doing so far for the most part. Yeah. Yeah, no, I really like this pick. I really like Elijah Jones. Yeah. This is a good pick by the Cardinals. And in fact, I could see him being better than who they picked in the second round at corner, which is Max Melton. I can see this guy being better than Max Melton. So we got Green Bay, Buccaneers, and then finally we get back to the AFC with the Ravens. Then we go back to the NFC with the Eagles and back to the AFC with the Bills. And we got a little run on the AFC after that. We got Bills, Jags, Bengals, Steelers, and Rams. And then the Commanders end the day if there is no trade. So, and this is going to be this 32nd pick for the Bills is going to be part of that trade they got from the Chiefs yesterday. So this would have been the Chiefs pick. So the Chiefs don't pick today, the rest of the day, unless they trade up. All right, what other teams? Let's look at my friend Amber's Green Bay Packers. Let's look at them. Jordan Morgan, offensive tackle from Arizona. I think that's the first time that's ever been said in the history of the NFL. Offensive tackle from Arizona. Okay, yeah, we'll see what he does. Adrian Cooper, I like that pick, linebacker. I like the safety, JVM Bullard from Georgia. Uh, yeah, the Marshawn Lloyd they picked at running back. He just runs heavy. He looks like a better analogy is he looks like he has bricks in his feet. Like he just runs heavy, like doom, doom, doom. So not really a fan. So Patriots draft Drake May. I like it. That's the kind of guy you draft in Chicago, okay? Just like in New England where it snows and it can be windy, you get a guy with a big arm like that. So I like Drake May. That's a solid pick the um to the Patriots. Jalen Polk. I like, one of my favorite receivers in the draft. Wish Buffalo would have picked him instead of the guy they picked, but still, whatever. I think that's a great pickup. And then they picked offensive lineman from college that doesn't deserve being mentioned. Um, let's see. Texans have had an interesting draft. See what happens with those guys. All right, back to the Packers. The pick is in. Tyron Hopper, linebacker, Missouri, going to Green Bay. I like how they have this women executive announcing. They're like, "Hey, we don't want to look sexist, so I think we have a secretary around here. We'll put her out there to announce some picks." Whatever, NFL. I mean, it's literally the reason. Like, oh, this guy looks good in pass coverage. I don't know how he's gonna be everywhere else. He looks like just like a third down linebacker. Packers got Tyron Hopper. That's the guy you put down on third down to, to cover on 3rd and 7 or whatever. But I don't think he's not a 3 down linebacker. He's just a third down linebacker in my opinion. That doesn't mean he can't develop into that, but okay. Taylor McMillan, another Washington receiver. Yeah, this is the guy I think this guy is a little underrated. 6'1", 197, going to the Buccaneers. Um, he didn't quite get his flowers because Polk and Dunze were so good. But just because you have two good receivers doesn't mean you don't have three good receivers. And yeah, that's a sleeper. That's a definite sleeper for the Buccaneers right there. It's a great pick. Yeah. It's a fantastic pick by the Buccaneers. That's the kind of guy you pick in the second round instead of picking the sixth defensive tackle off of the board. You pick that guy. You know what? There's been six defensive tackles off the board. Maybe, maybe we should go do a little. Maybe we don't have the guy. You're trying to say five guys before us picked the wrong defensive tackles, but we got the right one? Maybe we should pick this Jalen McMillan who could actually turn into maybe a number one receiver one day. I don't know. I just can't get over that. Let me go back. Let me count all the defense tackles the second round again. All right. One, two, seven. Seven defensive tackles in the second round. So if you're picking the seventh defensive tackle in the second round, and you're trying to tell me you shouldn't have picked that last pick, Jalen Millen, Jalen McMillan from Washington. You're trying to tell me the seventh defensive tackle and the eighth defensive tackle picked, but the seventh in the second round. Trying to tell me that guy is better than Jalen McMillan that Washington just picked? No. No, I ain't gonna buy it. I'll sell it to you, but I ain't gonna buy it from you. That's ridiculous. That's unbelievable. I mean, the Cardinals, Elijah Jones, the guy they picked, trying to tell me that eighth defensive tackle is better than Elijah Jones? No, no, the fuck out of here. So we got 8 picks left. 8 picks to go, guys. Ravens, Eagles, my Buffalo Bills, Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers, Rams, and Redskins. If there's not another trade. And if the Bills like somebody, I guess they might trade up one with the Eagles, but it's probably not looking likely at the moment. Ravens pick is in. Ravens always tend to draft pretty darn good. This guy brings out his kids. He's like, all my sons were raised one way to know that the Steelers suck. Adiza Isaac, linebacker from a college that I refuse to say the name because they ain't worth saying. But Adiza Isaac goes to the Ravens. 6'4", 247. Okay. I mean, this guy looks like he could be good. I mean, he's lengthy. The Ravens seem to know how to draft linebackers pretty darn well. He's big enough he could even line up as a defensive end. This looks like a really good pick by the Ravens. Adiza Isaac. The only problem I see is that he seems to have a hard time getting small or getting short or getting. That's the only knock I really see on him. His feet could be a little better. Strength could be a little. I mean, he's got things, but he looks he looks good. See who won in the NBA today. So Mavericks won. They're up 2-1 against the Clippers. Pacers beat the Bucks in overtime, so they're up 2-1. And the Suns are down 7. Houston Christian, first ever player from there, drafted Jalex Hunt, 6'3", 252, goes to the Eagles. Defensive end. All right, Bill's pick is in. Oh, I should have talked. I should have stopped talking shit. Bills pick defensive tackle Dwayne Carter from Duke. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Wow. Yeah, the last quarterback was taken at 12. I'd almost would have rather the Bills pick a quarterback than the ninth defensive tackle. I mean, sure, I hope we got it right, but all right, go Suns. All right. So Dwayne Carter out of Duke, 6'2", 300. First three-time team captain in Duke history. 10 sacks, 7 forced fumbles over 2 seasons. Um, I don't know if this is gonna come through this podcast or not. Think it might. Looks like there we go. I just mute it. See what we got here. Okay, so he's a bull rush type defensive tackle. You guys can listen to this if you want. Oh, it's just music. Yeah. So he's a power defensive tackle, bull rusher. You know, yeah. He's not gonna. Sorry, guys. Just, he's not gonna finesse the heck out of you. Jerry Jones, Florida State. Cornerback goes to the Jaguars. I can't. Why did the Bills pick a defensive tackle? That doesn't make sense to me either. All right, 6 foot, 190 from Florida State. We all know they have incredible run. Why didn't the Bills pick this guy instead? Runs a 4.38 40-yard dash. Well, he doesn't have to leave Florida. Goes from Florida State to Jacksonville. Opposite ends of Florida, but still. All right, Bengals picking, and then we got Steelers, Rams, and the Commanders. To DJ, who's your mama's backup? Another defensive tackle, McKinley Jackson from Texas A&M. What is happening? We haven't had a quarterback picked since the 12th pick, but we've had like 9 defensive tackles picked since then. Is this a defensive tackle league or a quarterback league? There is not this many good defensive tackles in one draft. I, just, I mean, he looks better than the guy the Bills got. What the fuck is going on? 3 picks, guys. Steelers, Rams, and Commanders. I've seen him on tape at the line of scrimmage. There's a bubble screen out to the sideline, Nah, I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of that pick by the Bills. I mean, smart, smart guy to be the only three-time team captain in the history of Duke as a defensive tackle. Not a quarterback or something like that. That's pretty impressive. But you know, I don't know. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully, of all the 3,000 defensive tackles that have been drafted, hopefully the Bills got it right. Because only two of them are going to be good, right? There's only two that you will know their name, right? And like I said, if you don't know Ed Oliver from the Buffalo Bills, then you don't know any defensive tackles besides Aaron Donald in the league. So, uh, I mean, maybe that guy from Texas, that first guy, he's gonna be somebody that you'll know his name. Um, and then there'll be a guy around Ed Oliver that's gonna be one of the best defensive tackles in the league, but only the fans of that team are really gonna know how good he is. Peyton Wilson, NC State linebacker, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's about as white as a name as you could get. Peyton Wilson. That's a white boy name right there. 6'3", 233. Um, a little small for linebacker, but he's right about the he's right there. He's right there. Speedy guy, he's a finesse guy. He's not gonna get off blocks very well. Yeah, he's the kind of guy that he takes the extra step to go around the block because he's got the speed too, but doesn't always work that well. Yeah, he doesn't look right. He doesn't. You know, he looks like a guy that should bulk up. Cause see, here's the thing. He's he's got more of a Joey Bosa body. He's more of a guy that needs to bulk up a little bit and kind of try to turn into a Bosa kind of guy, but I don't know. Cameron Kinchens from safety from Miami, and that's a Rams. That's a Rams player's name if I've ever heard one. The Rams are like, this sounds like a Rams guy. It's like two of their picks now. This sounds like a Rams guy. Let's just pick him. He's got the right name. Damn. That was a hell of a play, though. Well, this guy looks like he's in the film room and he knows the play before the play starts. Well, this guy looks like an Ed Reed type guy. Bro. Cameron Kinchens. He might be the best safety of the draft. Well, those highlights looked amazing. Like, he didn't have to dissect the play because he knew what the play was before it started. Wow. Cameron Kitchens, I'm impressed by that pick for the Rams. All right, last pick. The Commanders, and the pick is in, so no trade. Wow. So I might end pretty quick after this, but I might start a little. Well, we'll see because tomorrow starts at 12, Arizona time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So I might have a lot to say tomorrow, though. Luke McCaffrey from Rice. I do know this guy, and this guy is good. Man, Commanders, like I said, man, I'm liking their draft so far. 6'1" and a half, 200. But this is a good pick. I like this pick. Luke McCaffrey. Oh, I didn't like that too well though. His hip kind of like Keon when the Bills drafted. His hips are a little heavy there. It's not like he's fast, but he doesn't like his hips like they hold him back from like getting in and out of his brakes or like stopping and accelerating. But either way, this guy can ball and there's no reason why he can't be a good player in the league. So that is it. Pick 100, the last pick of the third round. So tomorrow we got 4 through 7. Starts a lot earlier. Um, but I got a lot to say about tomorrow. I'm gonna write some notes. I'm gonna do some stuff. But thank you guys again for watching. Uh, go Suns tonight. And as always, guys, let's make some money. Let's have some fun doing it.